Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, this is a very exciting edition of the Friday Night Sprints because we've got Anna and Aoife with us tonight. Lovely, and I'm so glad that they could join.
Sorry.
And also Rhiannon has to go at like 6, did you say?
I might jump off before the first sprint just because it's I'm just, if you can tell, I'm having a mare today. So yeah.
No worries. You can just go whenever.
Hi, Kiwi.
Apparently it's because Tom's hoovering downstairs and so she hates the hoover, so she's up with me. So if anything is knocked over, moves or squeaks.
I'm very soft about dogs at the minute because my mum was emailing somebody about potentially getting a puppy because our dog passed away 2 years ago, and ever since then we've wanted a puppy, and obviously like lockdown it's been sort of lonely, so people can like, we want to get a puppy, and like it seems like everyone and their gran has got a puppy in lockdown. But my mum was emailing back and forth with this breeder, and we've just found out that it would be £5,000 to get a puppy. So we've like, no.
What kind of dog?
Golden Retriever, which like we had a Golden Retriever, and when we bought her, I mean it was like 15 years ago now, but when we got our dog, our Golden Retriever in Scotland, she was £300, and now in lockdown it's like 5k for a puppy, which is ridiculous.
That's so expensive.
Yeah, like Kiwi was expensive, like more expensive than she should have been. But again, it was because it was like in lockdown. Obviously, stuff was, well, puppies were in demand. But I can't believe £5,000.
I know, because we were expecting like between 2 and 3k, which is like already like a lot, like too much. But this woman was like, no. And my mum was like, no, because I don't want people just trying to get a quick buck off of dogs. Yeah. It feels weird. So.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind if it was like a proper breeder, but then a proper breeder wouldn't charge you that much.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, a little bit raw. So if I'm like looking adoringly at your dog, that's why I'm like.
You can tell I'm so stressed with her right now. See, she's just a mess. I'm sorry, chaotic energy from the get-go.
I was like, oh, they're going to be like chill sprints tonight, probably go on not as long as normal, and we're starting off with the with the chaos. It's fine. We've got Anna flying all over the place, dropping her laptop. We've got Aoife. Connection issue.
I barely showed up. Let's be honest. It's a miracle I'm here.
Yeah, you're not fine.
That's true.
Hi, Chloe.
Hi, Chloe.
Hi. Yeah, I'm well. How's everyone else doing?
Yeah. Not bad. Stressed. I think I don't know if the 5 o'clock start thing is still good for me right now because I'm like I'm getting up like right straight upstairs, which is why I'm very flustered. Glad it's the weekend. That's Karis's line. Yeah, it's lovely weather here as well, actually, so I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, it's really nice here as well. It's been really sunny all day, and I think the weather, like the temperatures are supposed to get better here as well. I think we're getting like 18, 19 next week, which is pretty good.
Hey, I don't even have my phone how unorganized I am, but bad.
I think that was about the dog. Yeah.
Dog.
Just watch your videos and here you are. Wow.
The magic of the internet.
Liam about me having a meltdown and crying about in my latest vlog. So
I loved that. That was literally the nicest vlog ever. Like,
I'm glad people liked it because when I put it all together, I was like, this is quite long.
No, but it had like beach content, and that's what I need. Like, I live so far away from the beach, and I'm like, oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I live like the furthest away from the beach that I feel like anyone could be. So it was like, oh, special. expensive.
That is really expensive for a kitten.
Oh my god, I got all of my kittens for free from a farm.
The most that we ever spent for one was €15. And that even felt like a steal, for want of a better word.
My God.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Just like taking advantage of the
I
time.
I need to go to Ireland. Maybe that's where I'll get a reasonable priced dog.
Oh, well, I guess we can say what people are reading. Then we can get going. So I guess I'll start. I'm reading Cat's Eye. Have you read any of it yet, Anna?
Yes, finally I started. I'm only like 100 pages in, but I was like, I need to start it. Like, it's actually getting terrible now. So the live show's next week, so I'm like, I need to. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. So hopefully I can get a chunk of it done today, and I'll feel a bit less stressed about it, because then I've got the week. Oh my god, she's beautiful. Sorry. Then I've got the weekend to like properly sort of get through it, and then obviously we've got Sunday sprints as well. So I'm hoping after the weekend I'll feel a bit better about it. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far.
What day is your live show about it?
Friday? I think I need to check, because I made the graphic for it like over a month ago. So honestly, I can't remember. But
also, what are days anymore?
Oh, honestly, I know.
Like,
that is so true.
Time stopped in March 2020 for me.
Yeah,
Me too.
Literally. Oh, well, I'm hoping to finish it tonight. I've got about 100 pages left. It's taken me like 2 weeks, but I'm nearly there.
I would have, honestly, if you ended up hating it, I would have felt so bad, because it's so long, and I'm like, you only made this time investment because of my stupid book club.
So, Clarice, you have left to read what Anna has already read. Between the two of you, you've got the whole book done.
Yeah. That's how we should do things, just like join, but not read it together, just like read half of it each. Perfect. How about everyone else?
I am reading A Keeper by Graham Norton, which I think it's his second novel. And it's about a woman who comes back to Ireland after the death of her mother and discovers a load of letters between her mother and the man that she thinks is her father, and about the start of their relationship and what their courtship was really like, and kind of secrets come out and stuff like that. I am also not very far in.
Cool. I feel like everyone's still reading a lot of Irish books. Like, we just had the Irish readathon last month, and we're still like Irish books. And I got so many Irish books for my birthday. Like, a lot of them, I was like, well, this would have been good to have in March.
Honestly, 3 books came out of the bag for my April TBR, and I just went, where was this energy last month?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Chloe's reading Daisy Jones and the Six.
Ooh,
I love that book.
I loved that.
Oh, I still haven't read it. I started the audiobook, and I just never
I feel like that would be a really good audiobook, though, because of the way that it's told.
Yeah.
And I know that the audiobook is full cast. I feel like it would make a really good audiobook.
Yeah, it was good. I just wasn't in the mood for it. When you're just not listening, and I was like, I'm just playing it for like the sake of it. And I wasn't actually getting anything. So I put it down. Oh, she's up. She's at your embroidery now, Karen. No.
Yeah, don't let her eat that. Can you imagine? I'd be like, I'm not making another one.
Oh my god. No, that would take you way too long.
Kayla says,
that is honestly story of my fucking life. No one knows. Everyone's like, oh my god, where are you from? Basically, long story short, I was born in Georgia but only lived there for a year, so that's got nothing to do with my accent, but grew up in Scotland, and then had a brief period in Yorkshire in Ilkley, and then there I had an American best friend, and I feel like she ruined my accent for life, because then when I moved to London after that, the questions I got were either are you Scottish or are you American, and it was a completely different accent. So I feel like I'm probably somewhere between those, but I'm actually, I grew up in Scotland, but I'm currently in London, and my accent changes all the time.
It's like an amalgamation of so many things.
Honestly, I'm such a sponge. Like, I'll just be around somebody that has an accent and I'll just start picking up what they say, and people are like, what?
I'm exactly the same.
Yeah, some people I know, I think they're from like the south, but if they're like speaking to someone from like Liverpool, they'll start speaking with like a Scouse accent. So
I used to be bad when I was younger. I feel like I used to do it without realizing I was doing it. And now I'm
Apparently,
I would get nervous because like I didn't want people to think I was making fun of them, and I'm genuinely not. Like, I'm genuinely just, I'm picking up like mannerisms and like little bit things that you say. It's genuinely not a thing, but like I get that like every time I'm back in Scotland, I get such a thick accent to the point where like I was there doing work experience years ago, and one of my best friends called me, and they genuinely thought they had the wrong number because they couldn't recognize my voice. They were like, "What?"
I'm the same. Apparently, my accent can be quite neutral because I've lived out of Ireland for so long. And then I call home, or I call one of my best friends from home, and it just flips. Like, my accent comes back about 20 times thicker than it actually is.
I want to hear Anna with a super strong Scottish accent now.
Yeah.
We should do a Scotland trip after this lockdown, and then you'll hear it.
Reading King of Scars and Heart of Flames. Kate in Wait. Is that
That is Becky Albertalli.
that's new, isn't it? Like just out.
Yeah. I think it came out yesterday or the day before. One of the two.
Is that like a royalty romance?
No, it's theatre based. So the main character and her best friend are in a theatre group, and they're putting a play on, and they both fall in love with the same guy.
Oh, it just gave me royalty vibes, probably because Kate. I don't know. That sounds interesting.
Is that Lord of
the Rings?
I think so, yeah.
I was miles away. Yeah.
Obviously, I know LOTR is Lord of the Rings, but I didn't know there was more than one, to be honest.
It is one, but it's split into 3 to make it like more manageable to read. It is one big book, but split into 3.
Well, we'll have to go speak to Rhiannon when they're done, because the Lord of the Rings stan.
Oh,
Have a nap.
Naps.
Always.
Yeah, I'm tempted. Oh, nice.
Lovely. I still haven't been.
No, me either. Oh, then are they open in Wales? I don't even know.
I don't think so, because when I was there on Monday, my mum was like, "Yeah, we're not actually going to be able to sit outside anywhere because nothing." No
Yeah, I was gonna say. No, it's in like 6 days or something. I feel like. I don't know. Carry on.
of anything, to be honest. Should be editing, but don't feel like it. Rereading Well of Deception.
Nice.
Is that part of that series? I don't know what the series is called.
Mistborn series, isn't it? Yeah, I think Well of Ascension's the second book. Don't know.
I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, the first one's the Final Empire, which confuses me because you feel like that should be the third book because it's the final.
Yeah.
It's not. It's the first one.
Reading Henna Wars. I
love that
for so long, but haven't.
Oh,
See like this evening. Oh, well, I hope it goes well. I don't envy you. That sounds not fun. What's so posh when I usually speak to literally, my parents are always like, "Oh, you've got so southern." Okay.
Your accent a few years ago, from like when you do these reaction videos, oh my god, it's just pure like enjoyment factor because your accent just makes me so you do sound a lot more like posh now, I feel like. Sorry.
It's because I live in a posh area now. And I just stand out like a sore thumb.
See,
Oh,
you got it. The weird fusion. Thank you. I wore this once in a video, and I've just recently rediscovered it, like in my drawer, and I feel like I'm going to be wearing it all the time now.
You should. I do not know what that is.
It's a kid show, I think, isn't it? It's a cartoon. I think it's got the guy from Pointless is one of the voices in it. You know, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's talked about it on Pointless before. If not, I sound really stupid. But Mistborn Era 1.
Oh my god, there are different eras. I'm too dumb for fantasy. I can't keep up.
honestly, yeah, I think I don't even want to go into it. There's so many, and then you have different series and like a lot. I don't know how this guy keeps like pumping out these books because they're chunky fantasy books, and he's got like 20 out, and he's still like, oh, this one's going out. Oh, I'm making a YA book, and I'm like, how? How? Oh, stressed me out.
Literally watching Pointless.
I haven't watched Pointless for so long, and it's because the aerial here doesn't really work, so it's like very hit or miss. If I tell you or not.
My mum is literally constantly watching it. I want to go on it. My colleagues went on it last year, or 2 years ago, but it like aired last year. Because one of them's like a genius at flags. She like talked through the whole board of all the flags at the end, and then you know that Richard Cole's the like vicar guy. He like tweeted about her. And he got, like, he was like flag lady on Pointless was amazing, or just something like that. But
Flag lady, what a legacy! Yeah. Wow.
Oh, I was right. Kayla, I have been watching Peppa Pig to try and get better at German, the German version. So I have
German. You've been watching Peppa Pig.
Yeah.
Why did I think of doing that?
It's really good for the vocab.
Why did I think of doing that?
Well,
I mean, you're in Germany though, so you might be able to watch it live.
That is true. It's probably on some TV channel over here.
It's always on.
It's inescapable.
God. When next time we like do a live or something and we're on it together, if you're going to be like, I've just been watching Peppa Pig.
Watching 96 hours of Peppa Pig back to back.
No, we'll never see Aoife again. It's just it's Peppa Pig now.
I'm going to turn my channel into a Peppa Pig stan channel.
Best episodes of Peppa Pig, tier rank.
But all in German to really get like that 100 million audience I'm missing out on.
Yeah. I love that. Fly manner.
Oh, my coasters.
Oh, well, I'm up to the end of the comments, so I was going to say, do we want to sprint? And then Rhiannon, if you want to go, you can. You didn't have to come on if you really like. We can move them like future weeks because I have no commitments. Whatever's easiest for you.
We'll see. I think the last 2 weeks have just been like, I've thought, oh, it's fine, and then everyone just wants to like let me know something.
Yeah.
I don't get home to like basically bang on 5.
Yeah.
It's fine.
We can just move them. But yeah, shall we sprint and then you can, because I know you have to go and drive anyway. So
I know. I feel so bad just like leaving them. I feel like I brought so much chaotic energy.
No, she's beautiful.
Thing. Oh. Yeah, she's beautiful, but she wants to bite absolutely everything at the minute. She's got all these toys, and she's like, "Nah, let me get everything else." Right, there you are.
oh,
It is a nightmare, but she's been home alone all day, so like,
yeah,
Oh.
understandable. Understandable. Also, Liam says only 20 minutes before a sprint. This is a new record for you. Well, Liam, I'm going to be on it tonight because Aoife's only going to be here until 7:15 as well. So we're going to try and get at least a couple of sprints done before Aoife goes.
yeah.
On top of it, very organised.
I feel like I'll probably join in on some sprints afterwards, but like if I'm all sorted and whatever, and yeah, I don't actually know, but I will definitely pop in the comments if I can.
Cool.
Sorry.
Right, I'm going to figure out how to share my screen because it's not letting me. It wasn't letting me last week, and then I've been on here for like 20 minutes before these started trying to figure it out, and it's still not working.
Have you got it in a new browser?
I've been, because I was using Chrome, and then Chrome like blocked my camera, and I can't figure out how to get it working again. And now I'm on Firefox, but it's like weird.
Yeah, I remember now in the last sprint I had to put the timer up or something, didn't I? And that scared the life out of me. I always forget just how loud the timer is.
Yeah. Let me see though. I think it won't let me like do a certain tab, but if I can like share
like a new window. Oh my god.
Can you see the timer now, or can you still
Yeah.
No, I can see it.
Okay, cool. Well, I have to do it like that then instead of like sharing the tab. So I'm not going to be able to see you because I'll have to leave this window open.
You want me to share it, Karis? Like a timer on my screen? Is that easier?
Possibly. Let's try that. It will only let me share like my whole screen and it's not giving me the option to like just share the tab.
Right.
Okay.
All right, let's try.
I was like, I'm going to be a grown up this time and do it myself and not get someone else to do it. But
I'm going to be a grown up. Oh my god, at like 25, the struggle to open that is
I think
real.
you have to add it, Karis. I've put it in the thing.
cool.
Wow, I love that.
Oh, that's fun. You can see all my tabs open. That's exciting.
What
God.
have we got?
It's like Royal Mail. You have to pay a fee. Very exciting.
Ew.
Anyway, should I set it off? Are we ready?
Yeah, let's say
All
bye.
right.
I feel horrible jumping off, but
Don't
got
honestly,
lot.
it's fine.
Yeah, I'm honest.
I hope you can just like relax and feel a bit better. So
You know what? I'm definitely whacking out a bottle of gin later on tonight. So if I don't feel better, that will definitely feel numb, which we love. So I will put in the chat if I can, depending on when I get home and stuff. But yeah, thank you. Sorry, I feel awful.
okay. Speak to you soon. Bye.
All right.
Cool.
I was really worried that wouldn't work because I had headphones in, so I had to take my headphones out. And you guys are on mute still.
The first time that I did a reading sprint, I was really concerned about that. I was like, oh my god, I'm going to be the only one who's going to hear this, and I'm going to scare the shit out of everyone else who's going to watch.
Let it go off when I'm on mute and then just be like, hi.
Oh, I just got to an exciting bit. Sorry, Stephen has a secret girlfriend. Spoiler. I feel like it's not an official girlfriend, but I'm making a note of it anyway because my memory is awful, right? And because I need to do a live show on this book, I'm literally writing down every single little thing that happens just in case I need to. Just in case it comes back later and I need to be like, wait, what? I have it.
That's so good. See, I feel like I'm just going to watch the live show and be like, yeah, I agree with all of this, but I cannot remember enough to like formulate any sensible thoughts.
I really like so far the focus that it has on like the mothers, because obviously like being a young girl especially, like you sort of learn what a woman is from your mother. That's like your immediate sort of figure. And I sort of like how like the mother is either like a point of pride or a point of shame. Like there are lots of kids that are sort of very showy offy about the way that their mum does things around the house, or like the certain clothes that they have or the decor that they have, and then other kids that are like very embarrassed by their mothers. I find that really interesting, you know. Going on a bit of a tangent, but yeah.
It's the bit that I'm at, like she's just become a mom. It's quite interesting actually, but I did prefer the first half of it when she was like looking back at her childhood more. Like obviously as it goes on she's still looking back, but like not as far back, so she's like I don't know how old she is, but like a lot older. I'm interested to hear like when you've got to where I am now, like what your thoughts are.
Do you have much listening, Karis?
I'm on page 407 and it's like just pretty much bang on 500 pages. So I read 20 pages then, so I've got like 90 to go. So I don't think I'll finish it tonight, at least not in the sprints, but got the weekend.
Yeah.
How did you get on, Aoife?
I think I have read 80 pages. Now, my math skills are questionable, but I think it was 80 pages.
That's amazing. I was just like, I read 20.
It's very
I'm at 20.
It's very fast-paced, and I feel like there's always something happening, and there's always something that I want to know about, and also it's dual timeline. So you have like this chapter is set now, and then this chapter is set 40 years ago, and then you're kind of playing tennis back and forth between the two of them. And it's so interesting.
I could just see
where happening, and it's so good.
I could just see where your bookmark was, and I was like, you're like halfway through.
I'm about there-ish. I'm on page 162 of 323. So yeah, roughly halfway.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Edie. Hi, Lana. Hi. Hi, Milena.
What is this wizardry, people? I'm always like 20 pages. I'm always like on the low end.
Same. I always used to say like, oh, I can read a page a minute, but I feel like I definitely...
It depends on the book, though, to be fair, because
definitely does.
There are some books that I can read a page a minute, maybe more. But with this, especially because I'm also making notes on this, but like Margaret Atwood's writing, for example, is quite rich, and you sort of want to take in the language and the pace of it because it is quite slow paced. Like she spends a lot of time on very small things, so I feel like it doesn't feel like a good one to sort of binge read in that way, which is why I shouldn't have left it this late. But like in other novels, I mean, like that are sort of, you know, lighter, easier to read, they sort of rely on you sort of being it happening in real time almost, so a page a minute feels like it makes sense. But yeah, I always feel bad because I'm like, wait, have I gotten slower? But I feel like it just depends on the book. But
yeah, I know. I was saying to my mum earlier, I was like, I've only finished like, I've got like my pile of the books that I've read this month, and this will only be the third one that I put on that. And one of them I'd already like read most of before the start of April, and I was like, I've hardly read anything. And my mum was like, well, the one that you're reading at the moment is probably the equivalent of at least 2 of like the other books that I'd read.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, my family think I'm crazy because I'll go to them and I'll be like, I've only read 20 books this year. And they'll be like, Anna, I can't remember the last time I read 20 books in a whole year. And I've already read 20 by like April. So they think I'm stupid. They're like, what are you talking about? Like, you've read 20 books. I'm like, but everyone else has read 50. Who cares?
it's such a pressure that when you're not involved in like BookTube or the bookish internet, because when I wasn't doing it for like 3 years, and when I basically stopped reading, I just didn't I didn't care. I didn't put any pressure on myself, and I was like, oh, I've read 10 books this year, better than nothing. But now that I'm doing it again, I'm like, only 3 books this month.
No, I'm the exact same. And also, like, I always get disheartened because it's like, not disheartened, but like, you know, I was watching Leanne's videos, and Leanne reads so much. And then she talked about how in her video, there's a lot of like, people tend to sort of look down on people that read a lot of books because they're like, oh, you must skim read, or like, you might not like read as much. But then there doesn't seem to be a lot the other way. And I feel like that's so true. Like, I feel so much pressure, like, not reading a lot of it, to be honest. Like, the amount of criticism that there is in like the book community, it's always like critiquing people that read like too many, or like they must not remember anything of those books. And I find that really interesting because the people that feel stressed about reading probably aren't the ones that are getting like called out like for it. It's just a very strange like thing to just have your reading sort of, because it's such a personal thing that you do for fun. It's just sort of strange to have it like viewed by other people. I don't know if that makes sense.
You never really see people going, oh my god, so you watched like 4 hours Netflix last night. Couldn't you have been doing something else? Like, you never see people doing that about something that's not reading, I think. Or maybe I'm looking in the wrong places and people do that, but it's just more prevalent for people who read.
Yeah. And also, like, a lot of the people that I'm probably comparing my stats to are people that like work in publishing, and I'm like, it's literally it's not, I mean, obviously it's not their job to read for pleasure, but like their whole sort of life is books. And like, my life, I love books, but my life isn't all books, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I should be comparing myself to people who are like a lot more bookish than I am, which is
Yeah, just let people read how they want to read. It's so funny.
I mean,
I'm the same as you, Karis. I was panicking because like I've only finished 2 books this month, and one of them was a reread and one of them was a graphic novel. So I was like, I've not even read like a proper book because one of them was a reread, and who cares? It's fine.
Yeah.
Book's a book. Doesn't matter what format, doesn't matter if you read it once, 20 times, or no times before. A book is a book.
Literally. And I know next month is going to be the same for me, because if you do end up doing Plain Bad Heroines as your book club book, I have that now. Shah got it me for my birthday, so I'll read that for the book club. But that's bloody massive. I opened the
so huge.
Is it?
like, yeah, I'd see it. Hang on, I can get it. Let me show you.
It is so, but I would have got mine, but it's in the middle of a pile, so I'm not risking death. I'm not risking death to go and get it.
It's an avalanche, to be honest. Also, I'm really hyped to see Karis's whole Jesus.
So this is Cat's Eye, which is, I mean, this is also quite big.
How many,
It's weird because like
how many pages that is? We know I love this game. Can I guess how many pages? Okay, give me a number I can be within.
10 pages.
Okay. I don't know if I can guess it that well, but I would look at that and see.
25 pages.
That's better. Okay. I would look at that and see around 630.
It is. It depends on if we count the acknowledgements or not.
No, I'm going to go for just narrative.
Okay. It's 617.
Ooh.
So you were close.
I was close. I was within 25. I was close.
Yeah.
Which is actually really strange because it looks so much bigger than Cat's Eye, but it's only like 100 pages longer.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think it's, I mean, it's a big hardback, so, but
I mean,
yeah, it looked massive on my shelf. I was like, that's almost as chunky as like A Little Life, which is like an 800-page book, but it's, yeah.
It's
different.
got some pages in like this though that are like not much
Ooh.
text, so hopefully there'll be a few of them. But yeah, no. So I know if I'm going to start this at the beginning of the month, I think, to like give myself the best chance.
Good idea.
But I think I'm going to read The Shelf next as something like a quick, like nice.
I loved that.
Yeah, just to feel some success
really
as well. Yeah. But Rosie said 40 pages of Kate in Waiting, and I've laughed out loud multiple times. The vibes are immaculate. I haven't
good vibes
with Callie for ages. I read Simon and The Upside of Unrequited, but I haven't read like, is it Leah on the Offbeat?
Yeah, Leah on the Offbeat. That's the last one I read. They're there. I don't know if anyone can see them, but there they are at the bottom of that pile. But yeah, I really enjoyed her books. And then there was like always weird controversy around her. And then I felt sort of bad for promoting it. And then I realized that like when I looked into it, like that was all really dumb and she shouldn't have had all that controversy around her. And it was actually quite sad because a lot of the thing was like attacking her for being like a straight person writing or like profiting off of like gay stories, but then it turned out that she wasn't straight and just didn't want to share that with the community. And I feel like it was really horrible that she got bullied into that. And so like I feel weird because I feel almost like there's a lot of sort of book Twitter that thinks that she's problematic still, and it's like, oh, I don't want to get called out for reading her stuff, but then I'm like, I really side with her and I feel bad for what happened to her and I want to read her books and she's a good writer. So it's just like that's another thing that's stressful about like reading publicly is that you don't want to read a book and then get called out for it. But like there's like so much nuance with things like that. Like you know, people can get publicly called out and then I'm like, I don't think that was warranted. But anyway. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, tangent, but I'm glad that's good because I do want to read that.
Going to catch up some book club reads. Cool. That is what me and Anna are both doing as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I only read 16 last year, but I'm already on my 21st book of the year. That's amazing. I'm very much the same. I think I read 16 or 17 in 2020, and like most of them were August onwards when I came back to BookTube. And this year, Cat's Eye will be my 21st. So yeah, already read more in the first 4 months than what I did in the whole year. That's good.
Yeah, so many people think that reading is like a thing you do in between other things, and I'm like, no, you can just do it on its own. It's like an activity on its own.
Yeah, and I think like there should be more acceptance of being able to use, like, if someone invites you somewhere and you don't want to go because you have plans to just spend the evening in by yourself reading or watching TV or whatever, it should be more of an accepted thing just to be like, oh no, sorry, I want to do this instead. But not that I would do that all the time, but you know, sometimes human interaction ever again.
No. Yeah, for sure.
I feel like I try and keep on top of things as well, but sometimes there's always something happening and I'm like,
and also like I think people assume that, I don't know, I might get into sketchy territory, but like people assume that like by reading something you're like condoning something. That's not always the thing. So I know that recently sort of like Jay Kristoff has been sort of called out, rightly so. I think I've looked into that and I think he sort of profited off of aesthetics he shouldn't have profited off of. But I years ago got a free version of the audiobook for Nevernight, and it was like this competition at Yalk or something, and I just got like a free audiobook, and I was curious about that story, and I'm like, but if I log that on my Goodreads, even though it was for free and I'm not giving him any money, am I gonna get like shat on by certain people? And like that's what I find really hard about it, is that like just the act of engaging with something doesn't mean that you like agree with the author. And I feel like you have to put like a disclaimer on everything, and I feel like I mean I'm happy to do that, but also I just like I don't want to get I want people to be like I like I don't want to ever support anyone's shit, and if like it looks like I am, please don't assume that I'm doing it like I'm not caring, if that makes sense. Like I usually know, and I'm sort of doing it in a way that's mindful. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was about this. If it was this, then this is Plain Bad Heroines, which was very kindly gifted to me by Shah. Thank you, Shah.
I'm very excited for your haul.
I'm going to film it tomorrow, I think.
When is it?
I think I'm going to film it tomorrow, so it will be up on Sunday, probably, if I can get my shit together.
I love watching the haul. I love watching hauls, and I love watching unhauls. I love seeing what people are buying or like bringing on their shelves, and then I love seeing them taking books off, and also why they're taking books off.
I need to do an unhaul. It's been 5 years since I've done one, but I'm so scared.
Think of all the room you'll have. I feel like I was really anti unhaul for myself, and then once I did my first one, I was like, and then I just find myself looking at the shelves and being like, that can go, that can go. You get in a mindset with it.
You get drunk with sour.
Yeah.
I mean, like there are literally books that are, like just behind me that I'm like, if I ever did an unhaul, pretty much nearly all of this is going to be going because I don't like any of these books. I'm like, why do I keep them? Why do I keep them? It's dumb.
Yeah, I think I used to like love the idea of having a shelf that reflected like everything that I'd read, but now I've sort of much more towards like it being either things that I love or things that had like meant a lot to me at the time, even if I don't necessarily enjoy it.
That's what I struggle with, because there are definitely, because like I really understand the rationale when people unhaul and they're like, oh well, if I'm never going to read it again, what's the point of keeping it? And I understand that, because I'm like, well, yeah, if you're never gonna, so for example, like why would you keep like a pen that you were never going to use again? You just put it in the bin, for example. Like it served its purpose, you don't need to keep it. But like there are definitely books that I have that I will never read again, but they have sentimental value, or that they were so intrinsic to like who I was at the time that I read it, that I feel like I would feel weird if I didn't have it. Like getting rid of my first ever copy of Twilight, for example. Like it's dog-eared, it's well thumbed, it's like it's not anything I'll read again, but it's such like an artifact of like little me that I just don't want to let it go.
I know, I'm the worst at that with like sentimental value. But I put so much, because so many of the books that I unhauled were ones that I'd taken to Yalc at various years to get signed, and some of them I hadn't even read, and I just got caught up in that, like taking loads of things with me to meet the authors, and I was like, they survived so many previous unhauls because I kept being like, oh, but Yalc. And then I sat myself down and I was like, Caris, the memory of going there is still going to be there. The books that I really loved or I've kept, but the ones that I just, have signed, I've got rid of.
There are also books that like same sort of thing I got signed at Yalc, and there are ones that I've read and like I bought because I saw someone on a panel that was promoting it and talking about it, and I got them signed afterwards. And like that's the thing I feel bad about, because they're personalized to me as well. It's like, dear Anna, and I'm like, I don't really enjoy this book that much, but I feel bad getting rid of it because it's fun.
Yeah, I feel weird about like giving the personalized ones to like a charity shop and loads of random people having books that are like to Caris. But
exactly. I think this was like the reading sort of problematic authors. But yeah, there's a lot of nuance in that conversation that I feel like just doesn't translate well on Twitter. So it's hard. You can't really give explanations for stuff in 140 characters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing as well. I feel like there's so much drama on book Twitter, and people feel like if you don't comment on it, either you don't care or you like haven't seen it. And I'm like, there's a middle ground here. Like maybe I don't need to comment on everything. Like I can have my personal thoughts and feelings on it, but I don't need to publicly state my stance on like every single issue. And some of the stuff, it goes without saying, like that recent author who like went after reviewers, and it was like a really big deal. And everyone I knew was tweeting about it, and like fair dues, because it was a shitty thing that happened. But also I'm like, I don't feel the need to say anything. Like everything that I think has already been said, and I don't want anyone like coming to my profile and being like, oh my god, you didn't call this person out, that means you condone it. And I'm like, no, I just didn't feel the need to comment. It's fine.
Yeah, everyone, I swear, like everyone's being blocked by that.
Kind of like a club by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, it's like a badge of honor almost. Like I was going through a phase of it because I was liking tweets. I mean, I didn't tweet about the situation, but I was liking tweets about the situation. I was like, maybe I'll get a block, but I haven't. So
I have.
Did you?
I did.
Oh, that's so exciting.
I quote tweeted one of her tweets and said something about if I wanted authors to, or if I wanted readers to respect my book, I would simply not call them assholes. And then like 3 seconds later, she was like, okay, you can leave now.
See, no, I'm not blocked. Damn it.
You can be like my little spy.
Yeah, I can send you all the bullshit.
Apparently there's still shit going down.
Well, the last things that I saw that really pissed me off about that whole thing was that she was comparing being called out for what she did to sexual assault. And I was like, that's disgusting. No, but God, I know.
But also, there was so much put behind that book. That's the thing. There was so much put behind the book that it could have been a great success.
Yeah.
Kate Blanchett did the audiobook, and there was a huge like publicity tour and all that shit planned. That I'm almost thinking this is some kind of marketing ploy, and it's working because people cannot shut the hell up about it.
Yeah, that's partly why I don't want to tweet about it as well. It's like I don't want to add to like, because she was sort of claiming it like a badge of honor. She was like, oh, like my book is worse reviewed than Hitler's. Like, lol, get your copy now. Like, she was using the hate as like a way to hype up the book, and I was like, that's just gross. I don't want to like join in with that. I'm just going to ignore you, because she was kind of like getting off on the fact that everyone was talking about it. So I was like, I'm not going to talk about it.
Talking about it reminded me of one tweet that she had. It's like, you guys are all going to be laughing when you're studying my book in schools. And I was like, I have left the education system permanently, so that's not going to be an issue for me.
That was the last thing that I saw about it, and I was like,
it's just on. I saw a tweet about it that made me laugh, and it was so true. And it was like, it's almost quite sad. It was like, how do you not have friends, like IRL friends?
Where's your cat?
By now? Literally, where are your IRL friends that would have driven to your house, grabbed the phone, and been like, stop? Like, you know, if I was acting a fool on the timeline, I would definitely have friends that would be like, hello, you know, private
timeline. I'm going to come to your house personally. Stop going out of your house. But you know what's playing in my head is like, do you know the GIF from Community where Donald Glover walks into the room with pizza and it's on fire? That's playing in my head with the caption, when her publicist comes back from holiday and is checking out how things are going on Twitter.
Where is her like marketing team? That's what, like, I sort of agree with you. Like, maybe they are just leaning into it as like this is a way to sell books, because I feel like if it was damaging her, they would have put a stop to it. Like, they would have like said to her like, no, stop tweeting now. So I think it is sort of a thing now that,
I mean, so many people have heard about it. I mean, we're talking about it. It's working. Not that it's going to make me buy it, but I hadn't heard of it before.
Exactly.
Yeah, negative.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off. But only for white authors. That's the thing. I mean, so many people were talking about how, like, if this had happened to a POC author, like, their book would be doing really badly, and like they wouldn't be able. They wouldn't have been able to recover from it. So it's like it's a very irritating trend that seems to happen is that whenever a white author gets called out, it sort of boosts them rather than anything else.
Yeah.
Also, what really pissed me off is that Goodreads has now jumped on this now,
Yeah,
and we're like, they were reporting people that had rated the book 1 star, and it's like, well, there are so many shitty people on Goodreads that have been doing crap for literal years, and now you decide to come to this defense of someone who literally like called everyone Goodreads assholes and like was disparaging your site. Like, why are you jumping to her defense? It makes no
there was
sense.
this energy when people were leaving racist reviews for authors of color.
Exactly.
You can't just monitor one book as well.
Yeah.
Like, it has to be like a proper. If you
Yeah.
don't want to leave like fake reviews, then you have to have a proper policy. You can't just be like, we're going to like oversee this one book. It's stupid. But do we want to read again?
Yeah.
Yes, I need to
know what the fuck's happening.
Yeah, you'll be almost done by the end of this.
Don't I don't want to finish this book because it's that good. You know that feeling?
Yeah. Right, are we ready?
Yes. But I'm going to disappear for 5 seconds because I really need to pee.
Okay.
oh, just do the stretch.
I only have this left.
Oh my god.
How much did you read in that one?
90? I think. I'm invested. I have to know I'm invested.
Oh, I wish I could read 90 pages of this in the spring because I would be done in the next one.
I think I should probably finish this on the train to my partner's house. I have this much of the narrative left to read. And
How long is
if I don't, it's about 15 minutes. And if I don't finish it then, I'm just not going to speak to him for the night until I do. He'll do it. He'll do it.
I didn't realise that. I thought you lived together. I don't know why.
We do not, but we have a little bubble. I live at the south of the city and he lives in the north. So we kind of spend alternate weekends at each other's places.
Oh, that's nice.
And you said there was like a curfew there.
Yeah. So it starts at 10 and finishes at 5 a.m. But I don't want to like chance it because I still got to go and get groceries before I get to his place. So it's like I really don't want to risk it and get like another fine for that because I almost got a fine on the train going from his place to my place this morning because my train ticket was changed out. Is changing out at the start of May, but they were like, bring your old one or bring the letter that says this is still valid for April. And I was like, oh shit, I don't think I have the old one. I don't think I have it. And like pure 11th hour found the old ticket. Like just as the conductor was coming towards me, I was like, I have scraped out of a €60 fine.
I hate that panic. I've done that so many times where I've like bought a ticket for a rail card and then been like, oh, the rail card's in my other bag, and then spent the whole journey being like, no conductor, please.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, when you make mistakes like that, because I've done that where I've like, I hate as well. I used to like have like multiple tickets or whatever, but because I had a rail card, I got a discount, and then you like can't find your rail card on you, like they ask you to buy another ticket. It's really stupid. And basically they're like, well, when you find your rail card you can like apply online to get a refund, and it takes so long that it's just not worth it, and then they end up just getting like loads of extra money from you because like it's just such a nightmare because like you go on the website and then the website tells you to go down in person, and then you go down in person, they're like, oh well, I'm not the person who like charged the ticket, so I can't issue the refund, like call up the place, and then you call up and it's like it's just a revolving door, and they just don't want
so much hassle.
It's
so much hassle.
When I was at uni, because I went to uni in Cornwall, obviously all the train journeys to like anywhere are super expensive. Like I think mine were normally about £100 to get home, but that was if I booked it well in advance. That was like the cheapest. But I was on the train back once with a girl and she'd forgotten her rail card, and on the first train he fined her for like the entire journey, and I was like, you should have just said that you were going to like the city where we have to change and then like chanced it again on the next one, because it would have been like a lot cheaper just to have to pay like a tenner or something, as opposed to being like, here's a £120 fine.
Oh my god.
Did you have to change a couple of times or just once?
I normally had to change 3 times. So you change it. So you change at Truro, which is like the city in Cornwall. Like everyone has to change there. And then I'd normally change at Plymouth or like Devon sort of way, Exeter, and then in Birmingham to get back to my parents.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I don't know how I did it, to be honest, because now like looking at train journeys that are like 3 hours or something, I'm like, ugh. But that was like 7 hours door to door.
Oof.
But I don't know. I don't know where we were with the comments. I think we were maybe here. I don't know if I.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, people they like to assume, don't they?
People will start an argument about anything on the internet.
Absolutely.
Anything.
Literally.
Anything.
Hi, Emily.
Don't worry, I will also not be staying for much longer after this.
44 pages. Amazing. 10 pages just in the last 5 minutes. That's sweet. Everyone. I feel like everyone always reads so much more than me anytime I do sprint.
I think we have the same speed. I also read I read average 20 pages per half an hour, so it's fine.
I'd like to do what I think it was Kayla from Books with Lala did recently, to see how many pages she could read in 100 minutes. No, how long it would take her to read 100 pages. Yes, that makes more sense. How long it would take her to read 100 pages, and then see how long it takes her then on average to read a full book. I would like to figure out my reading speed from that.
The thing is, I think once I think about times and stuff, then I automatically read slower. Like in sprints, I feel like I do read slower because I'm like, oh, I'm constantly being like, oh, 15 minutes. Oh, can I do 15 pages?
Yeah, because when you're not on a sprint, you're much more likely to just kind of get lost in the narrative completely, and then you'll be quicker because you're just immersed in it.
6% of the Thursday Murder Club, which isn't bad for the amount of time I was here. I think Emily's actually also gone, but thank you for joining. You're still here, Emily, and I really want to read this. This is the Richard Osman book.
It's Richard Osman's book, yeah. I think there's a second one coming out later on this year as well.
Yeah, I saw that on Waterstones, like the pre-order for it, and I was like, you haven't read the first one yet, you don't need to do it.
I pre-ordered 3 books on Waterstones the other day.
It's fun because the money doesn't come out, so until the time, it's fine. In the Netherlands, public transport is free in the weekends for uni students.
You know what else about the Netherlands? Your company pays your transport.
Ooh.
I have a lot of Dutch friends over here, and they have told me that wherever they used to work, their employer will pay their transport fees.
Oh my god!
I used to work in a company that had a really big international department, but it's closed down, and some of them were brought back to their home countries. And the Dutch team specifically told the CEOs, if you don't put in the contract, we will pay your monthly transport fees, nobody is going to apply. Because it's so common in the Netherlands that if they see a job spec that doesn't have it in it, they're like, this is a scam. This isn't a real job.
That was the thing here. Because like, if I was to ever get a job in London, for example, even though I only live 20 minutes out of London on the train, with like the tubes and stuff, it would, I think it's like $3,000 a year to get the card. It's like for the train and the tubes. And my friends have it, and I'm like, if the company would like to buy that, that would be like,
that's fine.
But maybe you just need to move to the Netherlands.
Yeah,
maybe we do. Also, Karis, I did not know you were 20 minutes away from London. Hello.
Yeah, I know. When I'm back, I'm literally like, you, Leanne, everyone. It's going to be great. Yeah, 20 minutes out of Marylebone. So
nice.
Oh, that's a long journey.
But you said you read 10 pages in 5 minutes. That's
pretty good.
Liar. I retract my dance.
Finished my work for the day. Amazing. Well done. I hope it all went well. My boyfriend works with the railroads. It's free for me too.
See, that's the hack. We need to either move to the Netherlands or find some railroad people to befriend.
Just put a tweet out into the world. Any railroad workers?
Me up, I'm free.
Railroad workers, I am free on Thursday. If you want to hang, let me know if you are free on Thursday to hang when I am also free.
That's gonna be it. I'm gonna put that out as soon as these soon after Prince.
Oh my god, Inkheart. Oh, what a classic.
I don't know.
I say that. I remember nothing about
Is that the
book.
Cornelia Funk one?
Yeah, I remember I think I watched the film first, which I know was not what we are supposed to do, but anyway, I was a child. So and it had Brendan Fraser in it, so that's why I watched it. And then
Love him.
I know, me too. And then I read the book, and I know it's a big series, but I think I only read the first book, so yeah.
I haven't read any of
listened
them.
back to it, I think, because I did like the concept.
I haven't read anything.
I haven't read any of them either.
I watched episode 1, so no spoilers. Well, I
Is
mean,
it
I read
like all dropped in like one go?
yeah, it's all there.
I was going to ask you about that because I'd forgotten, and then I saw like Shannon saying yesterday, like, "Oh, I've got Shadow and Bone plans in the evening," and I was like, "Oh, I hope I haven't dragged Anna away from."
No, it's what's really irritating. So, like earlier, me and my partner we watched the finale of Falcon, and I was like, "Oh, Shadow and Bones." So we watched episode 1 together, and I was like, "Oh, like, do you want to carry on?" And they were like, "Yeah," and I was like, because that means I can't binge it. But I have said, like, we need to watch it as a matter of urgency because I don't want to get spoiled on Twitter, which I feel like could potentially maybe happen. So, I mean, I say spoiled. I've read all of the books, but I think, like, obviously they're doing it.
You can still be spoiled for an adaptation because they might.
Yeah, and also because they are. Yeah, and because they are doing it differently, like mushing together all the books, I feel like the ways in which they connect, I obviously don't know that, so I don't want to be spoiled for that quite yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the way they've done it so far. Some of the lines were a bit cringe, but I mean, I feel like that's just sort of par for the course with Netflix. So it's
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it, and the CGI of, like, not CGI, but like the design of the world and everything is looking good so far. So I'm excited.
That's good.
I'm going to watch it as someone who has never read the books, and then I'm going to see if I understand what's going on. But I don't know when I'll get around to it. But
An unbiased opinion.
Yeah,
I'm curious. That's why I wanted to watch it with my partner, because I was like, I want to see what you think of this as someone who's not into YA. But,
yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Happy weekend to you too. Thank you for joining.
I've been there.
Oh, I love how perfectly your username just
Yeah, I
reflects
was thinking that.
You should switch it. Sleep now, read later.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, I didn't know that it was 3 seasons. I mean, that makes sense, but I don't know if they're gonna do King of Scars. I've not read that actually, but I know there's obviously it's a series following Nikolai, and I don't know if they're gonna bring that into Shadow and Bone or if that's a completely separate thing. I don't know what they've optioned the rights to, like if they've just optioned Shadow and Bone and Six of Crows, because they got into trouble with that with the Shadowhunters show, because they'd only optioned the Mortal Instruments, and then they began mentioning stuff that happened in the Infernal Devices, and Cassandra Clare was like, no, you can't do that, you don't have the right. And then all the people that were fans of the show and not the books got really angry at her. And I was like, it's her book, shut up.
It's a book, man. You know what I really don't like? When a book gets a show and one series, and then they're like, okay, we're going to have a series 2. And I'm like, but none of this is canon. It's why I haven't watched the second series of Big Little Lies. Haven't watched the second series and further of The Handmaid's Tale. And there's a couple of others where I'm just like, none of this is canon. I cannot get on board with any of this. Book or nothing.
Yeah. What is You, the show You? That's got loads of seasons, but then I don't know if the second, because I know You has a sequel.
I know there's a second book, but I don't know if the second season is about the second book.
I don't think it is, because I swear the second book is like yet to come out.
Oh.
Hang on, let me.
The second book, that hidden bodies or something like that. I swear it's been out. I don't know. I watched
Oh,
like
wait, no, the third book has yet to come out. I've made that up.
See.
Yeah, so yeah, the third U book is coming out April 2021. So this month it's out already.
This month.
But yeah, oh, I don't think it has like great reviews. But yeah, I that is like my trashy fave though. That show, it's so dumb.
I haven't watched any of it.
It's really stupid, but I love it.
I saw the first season, but I never had the urge to like carry on. It was very much like one that I binge watched in the moment, but because the second season was out by then, like
Yeah,
when
I mean,
out,
me and my friend B, we binged it at uni, and then when season 2 came out, we just had to, because the thing is, if you don't binge it all in one, you lose momentum because you end up realizing that you just don't give a shit about any of the characters. You have to binge it all in one, otherwise you're just not going to carry on.
Yeah.
But it is just like crazy stupid. Like
Yeah, it was. I haven't read the book, but the show I was like, oh, I feel like that question answered because they've also said thank you, seeing the message now. So I think, I assume I can't see what these emojis are because I need to update my laptop.
There's a lot of faces.
But yeah,
I did.
I've not read it though, so I'm such a fake fan. I saw that tweet
Or Solitude. I haven't read either of the Heartstoppers either.
I think you would.
I have them. I have the first one on my Kindle, but I haven't read it yet.
I'm so excited for the fourth one. I love Heartstopper. It's so just it's heartwarming, you know. It's like a hug in the book. And I feel like the casting is like spot on.
Does it fit well?
Especially
you read that like Christmas novella that you had that was in that universe.
Yeah, the one that Shannon got me. Yeah, I've read that one. And then Sylvie got me the other novella that's like part of it for my birthday. So I'm gonna read that soon as well. Perfect timing. I might read it like just before the new graphic novel comes out, and then have a little marathon. There's 3 books for you. Season 3 out 2.
Okay.
Third book is out. Yes, I can't wait. I liked that they sort of made it open. It was just like an open call that they put out for it on Twitter and stuff, and they were like, we want people who actually represent the identities that we are, which everything should be, right? But you know, and they were like, we want to make it fair for like people who haven't got like professional acting experience or anything like that as well, so everyone's like on an even field, which was good, and I can't wait to see who the rest of the cast is. That is the end of the comments. I know you've probably got to hop off soon, Aoife. So.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off when you guys start this season, this sprint this season. I've been talking about TV too much. I've been speaking German all day. This is what happens when I have like finish work straight away and then go into like talking to people in English. I can't do it. But yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off when the sprint starts.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me. It was lovely meeting everyone and talking to everybody and reading significantly more of the books than I thought that I would.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear your thoughts when you've finished it. And if anyone watching isn't subscribed to Aoife, then please go and do so. I put Anna and Aoife's links, and Rhiannon, who was here before, in the description. So they're all wonderful, and you should all subscribe to them.
Yes, you should. Not biased, but you should.
I support this message. Oh, cool. Anna, you don't have to stay if you don't want to, Anna.
No, I have got no plans. So I'm happy to stay.
Cool. I thought we could do until like 8, 7:30 sort of time. Because I know me and Rhiannon normally go on for hours, but I feel I'm quite looking forward to having the chill evening with like a few more hours of, watching the telly and stuff. So
I will hop on the sprint from my phone and tell you when I finished. I'll hop on the comments and tell you when I finished it. And
cool.
like a general rating.
Cool. To see.
Excellent.
Says, Hi. Cool. I will put the timer back up then.
Right. Should I press go?
Yeah.
My neighbors have just come out. Hello. Okay. All right. Ready.
took my glasses off, and then I was like, where are they? I can't see the screen without them. Like I like to take them off to read because I can like just focus on the words and nothing else. But then I was like, I'm not going to be able to see anything else. Oh, how did you get on?
Well, I was doing quite well until my dad came to speak to me about dinner. So that took about 5 minutes of my sprinting time. I was like, no. But I'm on page 168, and I started the sprints. Like when I say started the sprints, I mean like at 5 o'clock I started on page 100. So in all 3 sprints, I've read about 70 pages. So I'm sort of averaging like 20-25 per chunk, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I don't even know where I began. I'm on page 4, 5, 6 now. I don't know where I started, maybe like 380. So I think we've read like about the same.
I don't know if you can see, I have a visitor. It's this little cat who sometimes just comes to my window and then just chooses to sit. Look, he's looking at me, and I just thought, sorry, I thought it was quite funny because we're reading Cat's Eye. I was like, hello.
He's like, let me in.
No, it was really funny. So I think I've mentioned before that my mum like accidentally got a cat in lockdown because someone in her flat wasn't taking care of it. But so she's now sort of a cat person, and she was round here and she saw this little cat at my window, and she just grabbed like a random piece of string from my desk and like, you know, started wiggling it in front of the window, and it like proper battered the window, and it was like playing. It was really funny. And I was quite worried because I thought like maybe it will break the window, which is really stupid. Obviously, it's not going to break the window. But I have some footage of it, and I'm trying to figure out a way to like shoehorn it into a vlog or something because it's really funny. It's just out the window, like. And I don't even know whose cat it is, but it comes to visit me quite regularly, so it's cute.
You could just put it in any vlog and just pretend that it happens. Like,
yeah,
only anyone watching this will know. Yeah,
you'll know, and anyone here who is on my channel will know. But it's be like a little secret club. Yeah. I totally interrupted you though. You were talking about what you read.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying. I think we've read about the same number of pages because I'm on page 4, 5, 6, and I think I started on like 380. So that's about 80 pages. I can't maths, but I did just get to one of those, like, you know, when it's like a section break, and I was like, oh, that's 2 pages done.
I love that. I love that because it's split up into lots of different sections, and obviously I think I'm overthinking it, but because I'm doing a live show now, I was like, I wonder why like all of these sections, because you know I like books that sort of split up into different seasons. I quite enjoy that, you know, where it's like autumn, winter, because it sort of gives you that vibe. But I was looking at the front of the book and like the titles of the different sections, and I was like, I wonder why it's split up in this way. And I don't have an answer, so but I am enjoying it because whenever I get to an end of a section, I'm like, oh yes,
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, I was thinking like I was doing Margaret Atwood's masterclass, you know, those adverts that you get where it's like, I'm blah and this is my mate, you know. So I was doing Margaret Atwood's one of that. And she's such like a planner, and she was talking about how like meticulous she plans everything, and then, you know, she'll write and whatever. And so I'm thinking like, okay, if she was sitting down with this idea, like what, you know, what would you split it up into? Because it's not split up into like past and present. It's like it interchanges, right? So I'm like, what do all these chapters mean? I'm like, what are the significances of like these different titles? Because there's a whole one just called like where is it? Yeah, the one called Empire Bloomers, and that's in reference to when they're like making fun of that teacher's underwear, and I'm like, why is that the name of the chapter? Like, yeah, probably reading too much into it, but
well, some of them I've understood, but then I feel like I don't know if I've just missed bits, but a couple of them I've been like, I don't know why it's called this, and I've read the whole section. So I'm sure it was that word was used somewhere and it's just gone like right over my head. But have you read The Handmaid's Tale?
I haven't. It's been on my TBR for so long. I've got a physical copy of it and I want to get to it after this.
Oh, well, I was going to ask because Milena, who's in the chat, I was talking to her on Instagram the other day, and she said that she didn't know whether to give Margaret Atwood another go, like after having seen me reading this, but she said she didn't really like the story, I think she said, in like The Handmaid's Tale. So I said she might like this because it's like a lot more grounded in sort of everyday life, reality. So I was just wondering if you had an opinion, but if you haven't read it.
No, I haven't read it, but I remember I was speaking to my mum about it because I think my mum is a fan of Margaret Atwood because we were doing the masterclass together, and so I just kind of assumed. And then I think she read The Handmaid's Tale, but I remember her complaint about it at the time was that it felt like, obviously it's not meant to be realistic, but she just felt it was like one horrible thing after another for no apparent reason. And what I found really interesting when we did the masterclass was that Margaret Atwood said that anything that happens in The Handmaid's Tale has happened somewhere in history, in real life. So not obviously all in the same place, but different places in history where, where they've treated women a certain way. And so she did that and that was a rule that she had, that nothing made it into the book that hadn't actually happened. So she didn't want to get the criticism that like, oh, you're such a horrible person, how can you think of all of these horrible things? And she was like, well, I haven't, it's real, it's not my horrible imagination. And I find that really interesting because she seems like a very, like, obviously she's creative because she's a great writer, and some of the imagery she has and some of the language is really beautiful, but she's also very like precise. Like she's quite, not cold is like too harsh a word, but she's quite like considered and meticulous, and I find that with Cat's Eye as well. I mean, she's very good at that sort of like cutting language, gets to the very core of like what she's talking about. So I find like maybe that's why my mum didn't like it, because maybe she wanted something a bit more emotive, because obviously it's quite a harrowing book, The Handmaid's Tale, like what happens in it. But I find what I appreciate actually about how she does is that she doesn't sort of lean into that like flowery emotive language. I think she knows what she's doing in that way. She like wants to make it a bit colder than you maybe expect it to be. I don't know.
Yeah. Milena said, don't love that.
Well, this is my first Atwood, so in terms of Atwood, I don't know what to recommend, but one that I am really interested in reading is The Blind Assassin by her, and that sounds very up my street. And also Elias Grace, which again is sort of like a little bit of a murder mystery. I think like this servant girl is accused of a crime, and she didn't, well, I don't think you ever know whether she did it or not, but it's basically how this unfolds in her little community. And like listening to this masterclass, she talked a lot about plotting for the blind assassin, which I think is also a sort of murder thing, but it follows like 4 different people and it tells the exact same event from these 4 different perspectives, and they've all seen it in a different way. And so like sort of like what you were saying, like I like the sound of her books that are more sort of grounded in reality instead of the ones that are more like speculative fiction. So maybe if The Handmaid's Tale didn't work for you, then I maybe like I'm intrigued by The Blind Assassin and also Elias Grace, but that's like a historical one, so it's like not grounded in reality, but it's like real for the historical setting that it's in, if that makes sense.
So many recommendations.
I love that I'm recommending books I haven't read. Like,
well, this might be good, but but you talk about them so well, and I'm like, yeah, I've heard of those titles, but right, I'm going to catch up with the comments. I'm back to reading, haven't read properly in weeks. Going to start at the 23-minute mark and see how I do.
How did you do?
Yeah, how did you do, Jo? And I'm glad that you're reading again. I feel like everyone's been a bit slumpy, so to speak. I feel like I've seen it going around. I say it like a disease.
I feel like it's that point of the year, though. It's like you know, January is sort of when people get motivated about setting their goals, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna read, let's start off the reading year, la la la. And then summer is another time where it's like, oh, I'm going on holiday, so here's my reading list. And then there's like this bit in between where it's like, we don't have the motivation from the beginning of the year anymore, but we can't get excited for summer yet because it's a bit too early. So it's like,
Yeah.
what do we do?
And if you're someone that reads like very sort of seasonally, it's like, what, you don't want to read like the wintry like mysteries or things that I would normally read around the end of the year. But then in the summer, I'm like, you know, I'm going to read like the Brown Sisters trilogy and stuff in the summer. But I feel like March and April, it's like.
Yeah. No, one of my sort of booktube friends, Jess, she just did a video about like spring book recommendations, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, there are literally no books on my shelves that I would associate with spring, which is really weird. Either I'm like, that's winter or that's summer. Like there's no in between.
So true. Other than literally Spring by Ali Smith, but I'm not going to read that because I didn't love winter. So
yeah, it's so funny. Like everyone has a different opinion on Ali Smith, and I'm so intrigued by like all of the different takes.
Yeah, I think at the start of the year I was like, I'm going to read the whole quartet like seasonally, and then I read the first one and I was like, maybe not. I think when I finished that one I was like, oh, maybe I'll carry on with them just out of curiosity. But I feel like because I've read so many more like things that I've enjoyed and sort of like I'm finding my tastes a lot more now in the past few months, I'm like, I don't have time. I've got so many other things.
Exactly. I mean, I'd worry that I'm such a like stubborn person. If I read one, I'd be like, well, I have to read the rest. But yeah, I've not read any of them. I've not read any of her stuff, which is crazy because everyone on BookTube seems to have an opinion about at least one of them. But yeah, I want to get to her stuff soon. Oh, it's probably gone, but bye.
Yeah. 5% of the Bone Shard Daughter. I think that was about the cat. 15 pages of Emily Dickinson's letters. I've never read any Emily Dickinson and I really want to, but I think one of the little, like the mini black classics that I have is Emily Dickinson.
Oh, let me check behind me. No, I don't have one of hers. Damn it.
I think I'm going to do a video where I try and like get through some of those because I have all of the mint ones and I've read. Yeah. I don't know if I've read any of them.
I planned to do a video like that because that's the thing. Like the reason I justified buying them at the time was that I can get through them really quickly, and like if I don't know what to read next, I can pick up. Literally, they've been sat there for like 3 years maybe. They're just right there, and I've not read any of them at all. Like it's just bad at this point.
Yeah, I bought probably of the black ones when I was at uni, and then at Christmas like my parents got me the box set of all of the mint ones. I feel like I'm more likely to get through the modern ones than the like older ones, but I haven't made much of an effort so far. But I think it's that thing again, like in the back of my head I'm like, I know it is reading and it does count as a book, but I know that in my brain would be like, oh, you shouldn't count that.
No, I know. I did that once at the end of the year. I was like, I was like one book away from hitting my goal, and it was like the 31st of December. And I was like, oh, I don't want to lie and say that I've read a real book when I haven't. So I just logged one of the little black classics. I was like, I don't feel so bad about doing that. I'll read it eventually. And I just felt like shit about it. I was like, oh no.
And you still haven't got around to it.
Yeah, it'll be marked as read on my Goodreads, and no.
Another 45 pages. Oh, I'm intrigued by this now. The Becky Albertalli one. Glad that you're enjoying it.
Yeah, that's back when we were talking about what the chapters for cats are. I'm definitely reading into it too much, but I think like because I'm wanting to get back into writing my own stuff, I'm trying to think like, right, if I wrote this, you know, what would this mean? Like, how has she planned it out? Because especially the novel that I started writing for NaNoWriMo had like very clear sections. I was like, this is winter, like winter third person, then it was like spring diary entries, and then like summer it was like back to third person. I was like, I feel so cool. I've like planned it all out. Like and then I didn't finish it, but anyway. So now whenever I'm reading something that feels like that is being planned out for a reason, I'm like, what's the reason?
Well, I feel like that you can read too much into things, and I feel like all throughout my degree I was constantly like you know, but I feel like Atwood is like so crafted. Like I feel like she is the sort of author where everything I'm like, is there a meaning to this? Oh you caught it, it's fine. Your face.
Oh, I don't know if I'll be sitting here for another sprint. Sorry, for those that weren't here at the beginning, I'm balancing my laptop on the arm of a chair, and I thought it was a good plan. It's not.
You've been doing really well with it so far until
I've literally been trying not to move. I mean, that sounds dramatic, but that's been the reality of it.
Oryx and Crake and the two other books in the Madam trilogy.
Oh, I didn't know she did series, actually. I don't know why. I just always thought that she did sort of standalones.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a series.
Ooh, that sounds amazing. I also really want to read the Penelopiad, which is like her reimagining of the Iliad, which I've not read.
No, I haven't.
It's one of those things where I'm always like, yeah, I'll read that. No. Like you hear about it in school, because at school we did the poem Ulysses. Is it by James Joyce? No, that's a book by James Joyce. There's a poem called Ulysses, which I don't think is James Joyce, and it's like a retelling of like the Odysseus myth. And I'm always like, yeah, I want to read like Homer, and I want to read the Iliad, and I want to read all of these like classic texts. And I was really into Jean's channel, like I still am, but you know, Jean Bookish Thoughts, and she's obviously really into like all the classic sort of Greek texts. And I was like, yeah, these sound amazing. Just I've never got around to it, so I feel like maybe Margaret Atwood's version could ease me in a little bit, but
I read the Odyssey. When I say I read it, I mean I feel like I stared at the words and was like, what is happening? It was like one of the first things I had to do for uni, and I think, I don't know, I very much thought uni was going to be like, oh, I'll read some Austen and some Dickens and, you know, like, I don't know. And then week 1 was the Bible. Week 2 was the Odyssey.
I would be out of there as soon as they mentioned the Bible. I'd be like, sorry, absolutely not. I'm gone.
I was week 1 as well. Yeah, it was only part of it, obviously, but I can't remember which part. And I was just like, I don't. But yeah, because we didn't get to like choose any of our modules until 3rd year because it was like such a small course at my uni. So we sort of had to do for 1st and 2nd year, we had modules that basically went from the start of time, like right up to the present day, and they were all like in blocks. So that was one of the modules. And I think the other one that we were doing alongside that was Shakespeare. So that was a bit better. But yeah.
What was like the worst thing you read as part of your course?
God, I feel like I've blocked some of them out. I really didn't like a portrait of the artist. That I really didn't like that. I could not get into it. I really didn't like To the Lighthouse, which I feel like Milena really enjoyed and really loves Virginia Woolf. So I apologize, but I just couldn't get into that either. And there was just loads of like 17th century stuff that I just didn't even make like much of an attempt with. There wasn't actually really that much that I did enjoy. So, oh well.
What was the best one?
Rebecca. Definitely.
I love your folio edition of that. It's so pretty.
I know, it's so beautiful. And I saw that Rosie has it now as well when she did her wrap up and she talked about it, and I was like, you have been influenced.
I love that our chat is just a bunch of enablers. Like one of us will post a pretty book, and then the next week it's on like 3 of our channels. Like, I got this book.
Like, what's that one? I think Charlotte read it recently, and Leanne, the really pretty one that Leanne bought. And
yeah. It was so funny because Charlotte, like, I think she enjoyed it, but she said that like it was sort of, she had a bit of some issues with the way it was done, and it didn't fully like hang together. And I was like, I know that you've said it wasn't like a perfect 5-star read, but I still want to buy it. It's so shallow.
Literally. Well, I had that the other day in Waterstones. I saw, is it called Sister Song? It's new. It's got a really pretty cover, but it's like based on Celtic myth, I want to say. It's just not something that I mean, yeah, you might enjoy it, but I don't know. I was this close to buying it, but I thought maybe I should just wait and see what people think, and people who I trust, they can tell me if they think I would like it, because do I need it just because it's pretty?
That's fully what I did with playing Bad Heroines. I mean, I'd heard of it, and I did think it was on my radar for things that I might like, because Dark Academia, I'm very easy to please, and I just saw it in the bookshop and I was like, that's mine. It's so pretty.
I loved that, the photo that you took when you were your first trip to the bookshop. Just oh yeah, Milena said she likes historical fiction, so
yeah, Lies Grace, and that has a Netflix show as well, so if the book isn't good, maybe you can just watch the show. I don't feel bad saying that because I'm a film graduate, so I'm like, I'm supporting both of my loves.
Not read a lot more about Woods, only her debut, and that was a 3-star,
which is The Edible Woman. It's
is
in
that
the
I saw you look at something and I was like, is that in the book, or is she just like got Margaret Atwood's entire like bibliography written down, ready to I mean, we could do like another like short one to finish off if you want. I don't want to like hold you hostage.
I've got no plans. Don't even worry about it. I can do another half hour if you're all right with that.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'll get to the end of the comments, then we'll do one last half hour then we'll have done 2 hours, and I'm not going to read 50 pages in half an hour, but I'll be very close to being done. If I was Aoife, I would finish it in the last sprint.
It's a very different book that she's reading. It's all right. I feel, yeah. Like, I've definitely watched reading vlogs of yours where you've read more than 20 pages in half an hour, so it's fine. You're fine. It's just the book.
I love that you're persevering though. Doing it for all of us. I'll just watch your videos and
there are so many books like that where I'm like, I just want other people to tell me whether or not I should read it. I don't want to do it myself.
Really.
Ooh, partially in Greek. That's amazing. I'm just so fascinated by people, by people that can speak multiple languages. I know it's a fairly common skill that people have, but I'm so shit at languages that it just baffles my brain every time someone can like just switch in between. Crazy.
I know. I wish I'd have been like brought up having 2 languages, but because it's so much more difficult when you're old to learn. Like,
that's the thing. Like, my mum obviously grew up in Georgia. She speaks fluent Georgian, fluent English, and fluent Russian. And she never taught me Georgian when I was young, and it's really sad because now I'm older and I can't really speak to my grandparents, my relatives over there, because I don't speak Georgian, and it's a very difficult language to learn at this age. Also because like there's not many uses for it. Like if I was to learn, French, you could use that in France, Canada, different parts of Europe that's like more universal. If you learn Spanish, you could use that in like Southern America, Spain, whereas Georgia, you can only use Jordan in Georgia, and it's a very small country that I don't go to very often. So I'm like, if I were to learn Georgian, it would be so much effort for like
one country.
For what, and that's so dumb. Like, I bet if any of my family heard me say that, they'd be like, but it's worth it to speak to us. But it's like, I wouldn't use it anywhere else, and it's like such a time investment, and it's a completely new alphabet as well. That's another thing.
I was going to say that. It's such a pretty alphabet though.
I know. I know how to write my name, and so I was like, I learnt my name, and then I dipped. That was enough for me. It was funny though, because in Kieran's video where he reviewed The Pear Tree, which is a Georgian book, he like was like, "This is the original title," and it had like the Georgian text. He was like, "I don't know what that's."
I saw that. I was like,
I don't know it either, and I was born there, so.
I feel like after, because you were talking about Georgian books in the reading sprint, like with Kieran and stuff on Sunday, I'm like, there's so many now that I've already got that 900-page one to do my reading vlog on, but I've got more to add to the to the vlog. But yeah, I was meant to be going there last summer, and then the trip was like rescheduled for this July. But now I'm like, is it likely to happen? Probably not.
Well, yeah, Georgia's not really got COVID under control either, so I feel like that's not a good shout at the minute. My parents have just got vaccinated, but initially they were only able to secure 30,000 for the entire country. Because their leadership is not the best. But I think they're doing a bit better now. Initially they were quite good, because my mum was meant to go there, but they were like really strict on quarantining and things like that, so she would have had to stay like for 2 weeks in like not an attention center, but like they just keep you away from like and so she didn't decide to go in that respect. But then I think they've just sort of lost the ball a little bit as time's gone on. So
last time I looked, they were like only letting people in who had been vaccinated, and I was like, well, there's no way that I'm going to be vaccinated by July, first of all, and secondly, like, I don't want to go anyway if it's a risk or whatever. So I will just read the books.
What was your plan? I'm just curious, because like Georgia's quite a hard place to be if you don't speak language. I mean, I say that I don't speak language, and whenever I've been with my mum, who's obviously acts as my translator person. So I was just wondering, like, do you have a guide, or are you just gonna like rock up and be like
No, it was like with like a tour, so I think there would maybe be like 10 or 15 people, and there's like a guide, and we were starting in Tbilisi, and then going, I can't even remember now, it's been so long since I saw the itinerary, but to like the and we were definitely going to go to is it the Gergeti church in the mountains? That's really pretty. That was definitely somewhere. And just like a loop. But yeah, I think it's like an itinerary that we follow, but it's sort of like you do it on like public transport and stuff. But they tell you like where to be when, and then I think at each place we would have like local tour guides, I think. But yeah,
that sounds really cool. I did a sort of similar thing when me and my parents went to Greece a couple of years back. We had like just because we went to like a few different islands, and then each one has like a little walking tour that they do. But yeah, I've not seen that in. I mean, I should low-key do that, because even though I was born there, I don't know anything about anything. All my mum says is that our claim to fame is that it was like one of the first countries that like discovered wine.
The wine there is meant to be like and cheap, apparently. My friend went there a few years ago, and she was like, I bought so much wine. But I really want to try the I don't know how to pronounce it. Hachapuri? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Thing. Oh,
literally my pride and joy. I love it so much. And hachapuri is like obviously a cheese bread, but they do another version that has a different name. I can't remember, but it has like an egg in the middle.
I've seen pictures of that, because we have a guidebook to Georgia, and I've like done the colour section or like looked at the colour section for it, and I'm always like,
And Hinkali as well, you have to try. I remember like the big challenge whenever we have like foreigners come with us is that all of my Georgian relatives get them to eat Hinkali, and then they laugh because it's like it's just a dumpling, but the way that you're meant to eat it is that you do one bite, you have to like suck all of the juice out of it and then just eat it because it has a lot of like meat juice in there. But like as like a mark of shame, they get everyone to like show their plates at the end, and if you have like juice on it, it's like, no, you didn't eat it properly. But they're really good. They're just like little dumplings. But the portions are massive, so like eat them with a friend.
I will definitely get some of them. I now just want all the Georgian food. Hi, Sean. There's gonna be hours left. No, I'm ending earlier tonight, which is quite nice because to be fair, we have already done like 3 sprints, so we've done a lot of reading, probably more reading than what I normally have done by this time because
I didn't know if there were any like late night sprints because I was thinking about this. I was like, because like obviously I love our Sunday morning sprints, but I'm not a morning person. The bulk of my reading I do at night, and I was thinking, my channel name is Read to Me at Midnight. Like, what if I did like midnight sprints? I was like, no one's gonna be awake for that.
It would be like a little midnight feast. Like,
yeah, I was thinking about because I was like, what day would I do that? Because obviously midweek won't work. I mean, it's fine for me because I'm unemployed, but for everyone else that has like jobs and stuff. So I was thinking like, maybe like a Friday night, but I don't know. I have to think about it.
Well, I mean, time zones are a thing, so people from other not everyone, because I know quite often on these Friday night ones, we'll have people come on at like 10 just as we're going, being like, just joining in, and we have to be like, we're going to bed now. So maybe like those people, I could be like, but Anna will be starting in 2 hours time.
We all have different shifts. It's like we just have people from
I wonder if you could
if enough booktube people are doing sprints, like if there's just always a sprint happening.
Yeah, I was going to say
everyone has different sort of times that they do them because it's like when our Sunday ones are finished, Maddie's ones are still going, and I'm like, I just feel like they're just constant sprints. Like there's always a sprint.
Yeah, I wonder if you could do a day of just being on sprints, like not being on them, but like watching them like constantly. I'm sure you could.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I'm always awake.
I can just imagine us like everyone. I don't know why I'm picturing everyone reading like by torchlight, like we're in flipping Mallory Towers or something. But that's what I've got in my head, like with our snack boxes and.
I did that for my Wilsathon vlog. It just felt like being a kid again, like having to read under the covers. I didn't have a torch, but I did it with my phone, and then I realized that my camera was out of focus. So that's the last time I do that for a vlog. But yeah, no, that would be so fun. I love I just sort of come alive when it's nighttime, which is really inconvenient for me, but I would be very up for anything that happens like midnight time.
Yes, we have to do it now. I feel like it's very like nostalgic as well, and like anything that has any like hint of nostalgia, I'm like, yes.
I'm so glad we found each other, Karis, because I'm the exact same. Like, literally catch me watching Gossip Girl again because it reminds me of when I was 12. Catch me watching Twilight. It's all the time.
I wonder if in the future, like in like 10 years time, I'll be nostalgic for like now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think for me, like, not to get too deep on reading sprints, but I think my sort of fascination with like the teen years was because I just missed out on a lot of it because of like family drama and because I went to quite a sort of like high achieving school. I don't say like it was like a private school, but I was a scholarship kid there, so I didn't feel like privileged, although I know that was a privilege to have gone to a private school, but it was a very like academically driven school. And because of that, I just didn't have the time that, you know, people in books and movies have to like go on road trips and like fall in love. And also it was a girls' school, so there was like none of that. But it was like I felt very jaded for a very long time that I like didn't have, I like wasted those years, and that, you know, all of these formative experiences had been very lost to me. And that was like, I was really angry about that for a really long time. I think that's why I sort of returned to like those media, because I clung so hard to that, like things like Gossip Girl. Like, if you think about it, I would not want my life to be like Gossip Girl. That is so stressful. Like, everyone's shit, everyone dies, not everyone dies, but like there's like weird conspiracies, like someone's going broke, someone died, someone overdosed. Like, that is a stressful life. I do not need that. But always part of me was like, why isn't my life like I think that's why I'm so obsessed with it, and I hope it goes away soon, because I don't want to be like 30 years old being like, I want to be 16.
That was like me watching Skins when I was younger. I was like, oh. But honest, like, I knew that I didn't want to have that life and do, like, you know, the drugs and all of that sort of thing.
It's because they're all attractive, though. That's how they get you. You're like, I want to be one of these people.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like when I got to uni, I started doing stuff like that. I went to our like students' union, and it was shit. I realized that like the clubbing scene probably not for me, but like I still felt like jaded that I hadn't had that experience, and I think I always will be. And it's really sad, because like no amount of logic where I'm like, but you wouldn't have actually enjoyed that if you had had it. Like, none of that makes a difference, because you're like, well, I didn't get the chance to experience.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a very long rant, but yeah, no, I feel like that nostalgia is just very present, especially in lockdown, when you feel like you're missing out on things again. I feel like it makes sense to sort of be in that headspace, like that teenage headspace where it's like, I want to do all these things and I can.
Yeah, very much a lot of returning to things. Like, I rewatched all 10 seasons of Waterloo Road in the first lockdown, which was a great time. I hadn't actually seen all of it before. I'd seen like 5 seasons of it.
Yeah, I stopped ironically when they went to Scotland, even though that's like my ends. I was like, I just thought it was so stupid. Like, who moves an entire school to a different country, and why would all of the students go with it? It just made no sense. And I think I watched, like, me and Dad, we just got into a habit of watching it. So we watched like one season in Scotland, and then we were like, this is stupid.
Yeah, I think I watched a couple of them in Scotland, but then I went to uni. So then I was like, no, it's going downhill. I'm cool now. I don't watch Waterloo Road. What do you mean? So then I stopped. But yeah, the like last 2 seasons, if you ever feel like rewatching it, you could definitely skip them. Because like there was a lot of characters who joined when they came to Scotland, and they were okay. But then when they all left, it was like 2 seasons of all like completely brand new characters who had no connection to anyone who was ever in the original series. So yeah,
I remember being like so shook when I think one of the seasons ends with Jonah and Miss Montoya like going to Scotland to get married, and then like the next season just doesn't mention that at all. It just picks up, it's a new school year with new students, and you're like, wait, what happened?
And all the girls at school were like romanticizing that so hard, like, oh, why isn't that us?
Yeah, everyone that I knew was really into Jonah, but for some reason I was like going hard for Ronan, even though like that relationship was so toxic. Like, Vicky treated him like shit.
Yeah.
But even though she was pregnant and it wasn't his baby, he was like, I want to step up, I want to look after you, and she's like,
yeah, get off my case. You horrible person. Oh, now I just want to rewatch it again. I mean, it's been a year since I started the rewatch, so
I do this with Gossip Girl. I always like, I decide when to dip in, because I'm like, maybe I don't want a full rewatch from like season 1 to 6, but maybe I'll do like a soft rewatch and do like a season 3 to 6. Because my logic makes no sense at all. But season 3, I think, is like the like peak drama where I really get into it.
I've not seen it, so I should. Bye, Rosie. Thank you for joining. You have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
Cool. Shall we start our last sprint? Because I could talk about nostalgic stuff all evening.
I know. Do you know what as well? Just before we start, I was reading Cat's Eye, and I wanted to talk to you about it, but obviously we were sprinting, so I wasn't going to like unmute and then interrupt everybody. But there's a bit Cordelia, the bully, is like, what rhymes with Elaine? Elaine is a pain. I wanted to talk to you about it because I was like,
I remember reading that the other day and being like, I know Anna hasn't read this far yet.
So I was like, Tracy Baker reference, even though
I was literally like, I wonder if Jackie was inspired, but I don't know. This probably came out after Tracy Beaker, so maybe Margaret Atwood was inspired by Jacqueline Wilson, and that is why she named the character Elaine.
Wait, we have to know what came first, Cat's Eye or Tracy Beaker, because this copy has like publication order. Oh, this was 1988, so like way before Tracy.
Wow. We've discovered something there.
That's so funny.
Because I feel like Jacqueline Wilson will definitely have read Margaret Atwood, like at some point. So, like, for sure.
Definitely. I wonder if it's just like one of those things, because I do things like that where like something I'll have read years ago, like subconsciously infiltrates into something that I'm writing, or like something that I've like thought about, because I'm like I'll have an idea for something, like, oh, why hasn't that been done yet? And then I'll remember like, oh wait, it has. It was something that I watched when I was like 5.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't even know then, and she just she'd write her a letter.
You just pick up so many like subconscious things like that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, cool.
I'm ready.
I don't know why, but that scared the shit out of me that time. I was like looking something up really intently, and then I was like, oh, you're still on mute. You're still on mute.
I said I nearly knocked over my laptop again. And I think I spooked the kitty.
I was looking up whether, because the bit that I'm at now, she's like talking about some of her paintings, and like one of them's called Cat's Eye, and then one of them's called the title of the chapter that I'm reading now, and I was like, oh, maybe the sections are meant to like represent names of different paintings.
Oh, maybe.
They're not all. I was like looking, but some of the paintings aren't the same, so I don't know. I was like, this is such a good theory, and then it was proved wrong.
That is a good theory. Although, like, she's a big artist. She probably does have paintings like that aren't mentioned in the text. So I like your theory.
That's what we're gonna go with, yeah.
Oh, I don't want to like spoil myself, but how are you finding like the ending? Like, is it coming to like a satisfying end or anticlimactic, or what are you feeling?
I've only got 20 pages left, so I feel like there's been a moment just which feels very like, I don't know how to explain it, like coming full circle almost, like in terms of her like looking back at her childhood, but then there's definitely certain characters who I don't know if we're gonna find out any more about them in the last 20 pages, like what's become of them or whatever, because I don't know if the point's meant to be like they're just out of her life, or whether we're gonna like have something dramatic happen in the last, I don't know, but I'm intrigued. I want to know more about a character who I'm not going to name, but I want to know if they're going to come back into it again, because they've been absent for a while, and I'm like, but yeah. Ugh. No problem. Thank you for joining. Ooh. Well, you can
I want to watch that Apple show about Emily Dickinson. Apparently, that's also quite steamy.
Ooh, I didn't know there was a show. Is it on what, Apple TV?
Apple TV, yeah.
Well, when I got my iPad, apparently it came with a 1 year free subscription to Apple TV, which they definitely only do because they know that in it. How am I going to remember in a year's time that I've had that, and I'll see the money coming up?
That's a good point. I need to check, because I think last year I like upgraded my phone, and because I upgraded my phone, I got a year of Apple TV, but it must be coming towards the end, so I need to like investigate that, because I don't want to pay for it.
Because I thought, oh, a year's really generous, and then I thought, well, that's because you're more likely to cancel like a month. I think if it was like a month's free trial, and it's one of those where it's like cancel anytime, I literally like sign up, cancel straight away.
Yeah, because then it lets you have it for the month still. It just lets you. Yeah, I need to look up my Apple TV one, because it's not worth paying for. Yeah. Ooh, exciting.
That's exciting. How did anyone else do? I did quite a lot in that sprint, actually. My dad messaged me and told me that I had 2 parcels arrive. They're from myself, because I definitely need to buy more things. So shall I open them?
Yeah.
The live unboxing. No, I thought I would treat myself to a couple of birthday presents, which I definitely did not need, because I was way too spoiled by everything.
Like just after Christmas, Waterstones were doing their 50% off sale, and I was like, for me. I just got a bunch of stuff for Christmas.
Yeah, I was like, because I think I haven't been buying any books really, because of it being my birthday and not wanting to buy something that then like someone else got me or anything. But then once my birthday was over, I was like, well, now I can get a few things. So I've got Red at the Bone, which I've heard very good things about, although now I think it's meant to have It's set in 2001, and I think I heard Grace from GK Reads saying that it was like very. It was a bit nostalgic in like the 2000s vibe, so I was like, I'm very about. And then this one, there's definitely more than one thing in here. So I've got so much cardboard just lying around my house that I need to like dispose of. This one has 3 books in it because, couldn't just buy the one.
My dad came to tell me my spaghetti is ready, so I need to go in a minute, but tell me.
That's fine, I'm going to go anyway. I've got this, which looks like a postcard about South Korea, I think.
That is so pretty. Is it non-fiction?
No, it's fiction. I don't really know much else. I thought the cover was pretty.
It is very pretty. Oh, that's on my TBR. I heard good things. I added it on Goodreads, but I don't have it yet.
I'll read. Well, I say I'll read it, but I want to like prioritize reading the ones that everyone got me first. So really, I didn't need these, but and then I got this, which is a non-fiction about what street addresses reveal about identity, race, wealth, and power.
Ooh, that sounds fascinating.
Yeah, that was my little I don't know if anyone actually cared, but I was like, they're here. I may as well. I may as well open them. Oh, but yes,
I love a good unboxing. Also, because I'm not going to be ordering books for because I just did it wasn't a big haul in the context of BookTube. It's not a big haul. In the context of my TBR pile, is a massive haul because I have like loads of stuff to put on there, and like chunky ones as well. So I can't buy books for a while. So I want you to do more hauls because then I can live vicariously through my friends.
Well, it's good that these came just in time for filming tomorrow. So yeah, I'd been doing so well with having read all of the books that I'd bought. Like my Christmas haul, I think I've read all of them now apart from one. And then the one that I did at like the end of February, I think I had like only a couple left. But now, I mean, I got like 17 things off people. And then I've bought like another 5. So I've read 21 all year. So it's going to be like the next 4 months worth of reading. But thanks. Thanks, Milena.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a few people when they do unhauls, they're like, oh yeah, I have to get rid of books that I don't love because I move around a lot. And I'm like, oh God, that's going to be me. Because obviously, like, I'm at home now because pandemic. But once, like, real life starts happening again, I'm like, oh, I might have to move all my stuff again and, like, all my books.
Yeah, I think that's as well why it was easier for me to get rid of things because I was like, I've been away from home for 3 years. Yeah. I don't normally see these books day to day. I haven't thought about them. They can go. But when I go back, my bookshelf there is full. And obviously I'm going to have loads of things to take back. So I'm going to have to do another unhaul when I get there. How exciting.
Exciting. I need to do one. I'm going to do one. I'm going to speak it into the universe.
We'll manifest it. We'll get Aoife to light some candles and channel the unhauling vibe.
Because like the last unhaul I did was literally 5 years ago. It was like 2015. I looked like a baby in the video, and I actually just I rewatched it just out of curiosity because I genuinely couldn't remember what I got rid of, and I was like, yeah, I don't miss these books, so it's fine. Like there was nothing in there that I was like, no, I wish I had that. So I'm like, I just bite the bullet and do it.
Yeah, I can't wait for the video.
Yeah, and then wait for the video afterwards where I'm crying. I'm like, I regret it.
The chat, just the personal video of just Oh. See, I don't really look for ebooks that often because I feel like I know that they're cheaper than physical books, and then if I started like going down a rabbit hole of that, I would.
Absolutely. Also, like I feel like I have such a bad addiction to my phone and my technology that if I started doing e-reading, it would just be like way too much screen.
Yeah, and then I think
one of the only things I don't do on a screen, so I think I need to like keep it like that.
Yeah.
But just because you don't reach for them doesn't mean they're not special.
Yeah, the ones that like had a meaning to me, I've kept, but a lot of them I was just like. But yeah, that is all of the comments, and I know you've got dinner, so
spaghetti waiting for me.
which would have been very. I mean, I think we all want to see you attempt to eat spaghetti. Didn't you? Someone else
during the sprint when I was like, I can bring you a bowl, and I was like, it's spaghetti, I'm not eating that. Not a lie.
I know I'm eating pizza, but yeah, spaghetti is more.
It was entertaining. Maybe another time.
Yeah. It was Charlotte, wasn't it, the other night when we were on Zoom, and she had spaghetti, and she was like, "I'm just gonna mute myself."
Yeah, I'm not known to be a clean eater either, so like. I need to be at the table. I'm a baby.
Thank you for joining in, and thank you Anna for being here. Anna's link is in the description, so everyone go and this side, go and subscribe. The Friday night sprints are going to be on Rhiannon from Welsh Readers channel next week, but if you're looking for sprints on a Sunday morning as a perfect way to kick off the end of the weekend, not the start of the weekend, as I said in my vlog, then are they on your channel this week?
They are on my channel this week.
Yeah. So 10 o'clock on Sunday UK time.
Yes.
We'll be there.
See you on Sunday.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.